The perfect win rate, though. Kind of not care if he sinks. A trinket already. Tried to grapple dodge the searing glare there, but Sank out of the way for a fear later. He fears into the Sank for no reason, so it's short. My frame rate is just terrible in this game too. I was at like 80 most of that game. Bit of evasion dagger here. Eventually, I will move my character. If an axe toss, I just can't move. Yeah. Average not supposed to, yeah. Have a crooked spine, and then sitting like L will be cozy, man. Evasion. Axe tosses into evasion. I'll just blind the Sank here. Not sinking. Crazy. We sap trinket. Not tricketing.
RMP, yeah, yeah.
God, I even stunned all the pets off me and fainted and evasion there. Hunter is just really, really heavy. He doesn't really stop anything, and he wastes my stun DRs with binding all the time. Probably just going 06. Sucks because it's a low rating lobby, so I should 6-0 it in the opener, but kind of hard to carry when there's a demo lock and 2 paladins just fucking making everyone immortal. The game changed a lot. It's pretty similar to DF, but you didn't play DF, so yeah, it's basically a Mythic plus dungeon. CC is a lot less meaningful. Do good DPS and be immortal. Kind of 80% of the game. Meld that, feels bad. Not playing disarm, so it's a little scary. To get the sap. Taj. Half kidney into a gouge. Blind to make sure we get a trinket. I don't get to vanish, keep my adrenaline rush going because I get shadow freed. There's both my Pally's bubbles. I can actually die here, I think. That sucks because the hunter's only win if he does win here. That's unfortunate. It's the polar opposite to Shadowlands. Blind is 5 seconds. Healers have 90-second trinket. Everyone Michael Bay AoEs every global and breaks CC if people ever stack. The amount of defensive CDs people can press while stunned is like tripled. Almost every class has one, except for like 2 or 3. A few things that can't be an orc or passively an orc, like dragons, get to be a stun reduction built into their hero talents. Not really about scripted goes anymore, or like clean CC, because you're playing with a disc priest, not a holy priest with chastise, you know. Dragon's Breath is a longer CD, so it's not as available for every go. Cover that fear on Shaman so he doesn't get sanked. Did Trinket to try to sank that and got coiled on his Trinket. Been a couple blips where a sub has been good over the last couple of years, but for the most part, you're outlaw and Asa PvEing most of the time. Yeah, dragons have stun reduction. They're orcs. Yeah, a lot of MMR issues, but that's kind of not tied to gameplay. We're talking about how the gameplay has changed since Shadowlands, right? What his question was. Because he hasn't played Dragonflight. In which case, it's just all of the CC nerfs, the 90-second trinket change for healers. Now, there's been a lot of quality of life things with like the addition of solo queue and gearing is way better. There's a lot of quality of life things that have happened too. It's like not all negatives, but if you like kind of classic PvP and you like CC chains and stuff like that, nowadays a CC chain is like a random micro of like, oh, I step kicked him for 3 seconds into a 3-second gouge into, you know, a 4-second stun. And like that's a 10-second CC chain. It's not some, oh, we blind sap, stun, step kick, CS, stun, duel, gouge, you know, 30-second of this guy. That's gone. It's just you kind of pair these little 3-second things together and you kind of just patchwork a little 10-second go. You just swap around. Not even that you do goes on the same target anymore. That's what triggers me the most in Shuffle, is people are always like, what target do you want to go? And it's like, we're not playing an old expansion where it's like, we're doing cross CC and we're doing goes on the Shaman. You know, it's not like that anymore. It's just, your goes are constantly changing mid-go of like, okay, these two are stacked. I guess we'll go this guy instead, you know? Oh, this guy pre-walled. I guess we'll go this guy. We're just switching your goes constantly. I think it's just the value of CC per global is just weaker. Because of the risk reward of how easy it is to break it. And a lot of times really DR'd CC, you're not even trading a global with your enemy. Like, it feels really bad to do like a triple cheap shot unless your teammates are killing them, or like a triple sheep. I've only played one Shuffle lobby yet. And it was hard to tell because it was double paladin, demo lock, and low rating. So the damage felt pretty good though. I think focusing lens is good, but in general, all of the embellishments are terrible. Don't really like think that's why you're losing a game. Like if you're playing Radiant Power or Depths or anything like that, there are like a couple % differences and like stuff like that. It doesn't really matter. Like the embellishments are literally like a 2% difference, not even. Some people say progressive metal, some people say math rock. There's a lot of different subgenres and stuff, but yeah. Some people just call it instrumental metal. It's just, everyone calls shit different. How you doing, Sleets? Oh, did I not change the title? Outlaw got buffed today. Yeah, we made a whole new third rogue so we can gear for crit and haste. No problem, man. There's different variations of it too, though, with like off cheap shotting someone else into kidneying the kill target, or like gouge kidney. Subrogue's still good. It's Subrogue's dying in November. It's not dead yet. But honestly, Outlaw might lose a lot of its fun in November too. Because that's when they're getting rid of Shadow Step on Outlaw. They keep trying to prune all the buttons from everyone. Same reason that they took away Dance from Asa and Outlaw and just gave them the second Vanish and more overpowered Subterfuge to basically be a Dance. Like, they're just trying to prune keybinds. Same way that they made it to where Summon Water Ellie is like baked into Icy Veins, and like Red on Feral is kind of like what what Mangle used to be. Or how Schism on Disc Priest is like merged into Mind Blast. In general, they merged a lot of abilities this expansion. And it seems like that's why they're trying to get rid of Outlaw having Shadow Step. Because they just don't want people to have to think and use multiple different keybinds for mobility. Which personally, I wish it was a choice node then, because I would much rather have Step and have Grapple. Just because Grapple has Heroic Leap like terrain bugs. And can get canceled by just getting random CC'd. Then you just goes on CD and you waste it. And on top of that, it has a travel time so people can react. And it's like really easy to fake like a grapple kick or something like that. Grapple is just clunky and shit for PvP. It's fun when it works, but like compared to Shadow Step, you can't like Shadow Step behind an evasion or like Shadow Step disarm, you know. How dead is that? I mean, even if the damage compensation is like plus 30%, you won't really have a cooldown window where they don't always have a cooldown for duel or blind or blades. So pretty terrible. Unless the damage literally doubles and it actually tops the scoreboard. The whole point is like it's okay with you being like 60 million behind in a 7-minute dampener game if you just cheese someone in a duel. I mean, I think if they're gonna commit to reworking Rogue, like air quotes rework, then they should actually rework it. Delete duel, delete bargain, delete CDR from everyone else too. Make our gouge not break to our own bleeds, kind of like Kata and Mop. Maybe make DFA like baseline or something and hit really hard. Maybe take Smoke Bomb off global. They're gonna get rid of duel. The big thing for me is going to be the kidney shot nerf. That's going to be brutal when the CDR is gone. Yeah, the healer trinket also was just such a terrible change. The 90-second trinkets. It didn't make more people want to heal. And it didn't address anything of healers getting like micro CC'd and CC chained. It just made really, really defensive comps have even smaller lose conditions. Like if you're playing like a Shadow Play slash Thundercleave, you know, Warrior Shadow Priest HPAL kind of comp, where it's just like okay, your 15 defensive CD flowchart now has a 5-second window where you can die instead of a 15-second window, you know, like if you fuck up cooldown trades multiple times, or it's just the 90-second trinket change is just so fucking terrible. Like there's so many other ways they can make healers have more ways to outplay CC or have more like game-winning CC opportunities to like help their team close out a game. I'd rather there just be full CCs with 2-minute trinket and them just kill like triple DR. Even if that came with like cheap shot charges or some bullshit. Nice. Losing the heraldry if I recraft? No, recrafts you do not lose heraldry. Can't use the same cloak. You don't have to pick the Covenant once you've unlocked it. It should be account wide regardless of what you pick. But you need to do the quest chain in Stormwind to be able to go to Orbos properly. If you're on like a fresh character, like a boost or something. It's like right outside the gates. It's like over here. It's like a bunch of Death Knights right at the fountain. And then hopefully it lets you skip it if you've already done the campaign once in Shadowlands. And you can skip the whole intro and going into the maw and all that. And then you should have all the NPCs work properly in Orbos. But yeah, that's if you want to like farm Shadowlands stuff and you've like switched mains or something, then that's how you get the NPCs and stuff to work. I gotta fix the YouTube chat though. I had to like manually tab in. I think there's just other ways to make healers less frustrated with CC, like giving them more tools to outplay it and giving them more CCs themselves to like contribute the win. I think that's more fun than just giving healers random damage healing rotations. Like I think Atonement is bad. I think Fist Weaving is bad. I think Dragons spamming Disintegrate is bad. Melee Wings on each pal was bad. Like, I don't know. I'd much rather just see healers do aggro Holy Priest shit, you know, and like actually like do game winning plays. Like watching Sturge play like Shaman really aggro is always satisfying, or like he'll like totem, you know, static totem someone into a good spot, get like a good lasso. Like there's more little mini plays like that should just be like rewarded. Even like Stormkeepering offensively as like a Resto Shaman or something, you know? It's more fun than just, oh, I'm healing doing a DPS rotation. I mean, that's in November. Those aren't in yet. I think it's just giving them more abilities to do that, and in general, lowering some of the micro CC. CC is supposed to be like an active choice or cast, you know? I think just make Frostbite not root players and just be a slow or something, or remove Frostbite. And obviously make all of the Hunter roots properly DR. Like Sentinel root should DR with normal roots. And all roots should break on damage no matter what. I think no slow should go above 70%. No AoE, 84% Acid Shiv, no, 90% Death Knight slow. Like cap slows, make the roots break, make the roots properly DR, give healers double dispel, so it's not like they dispel the poly into a repoly Nova. Like just let the healers dispel more, let more shit DR and break, and then you can give healers more abilities to outplay CC too. Like you could make Shaman Burrow be a shorter CD, like 30 seconds, but like way shorter duration. So you just like try to burrow immune something. Or, like bringing back like spectral guys or something. I think really it's just kind of positioning, being able to dispel stuff, and having more like 30 to 1 minute like CC outplay type buttons. I think that's all way more interactive of like, oh, I ran over, faked this, or outplayed that, Like maybe reworking Searing Glare on Pally to be like instant cast or something, but like you have to be facing it. So you can kind of like, turn away and dodge the flashbang kind of thing. There's so many ways they could just like make the game more interactive. Like that's already a mechanic in a lot of PvE fights, So, faker move of, oh, he's gonna pre-Searing Glare, turn around, then step backwards, kidney the guy, like, it'd be sick. There's so many ways they could just give healers ways to avoid CC that rewards like a good healer being good at the game instead of just like sitting max range and just being a jungle Andy or something at heal bot. Like the whole point of the game is you outplayed CC and you did something fancy and it looked cool. I think the only really interaction with that's like kind of current is just people trying to like turn gouge. Everything else is just you stand max range. And it's like really obvious if someone's running across the map to CC you. And then you just throw your fades and deaths at air. Plural. Or try to like fear them defensively to not get CC'd. And that's like only priest. All the other healers kind of just are at like the mercy of everything. Monk, it's just like you run, you proc their dodge passive, and then you just kidney them. Shaman, I guess they can get like a good thunderstorm. About it. But it's usually better to go for like gouge fear instead of like stun fear sometimes because you don't want them to like thunderstorm away while stunned. I do like the thunderstorm their teammates thing, even though it's like really OP, but I think that's interesting. I don't think Prez is the best healer right now. It has good mana, but I think Disc is still slightly the best overall, but like I'd say Pally is the best overall and Disc is good in a couple matchups. I mean, Disc is good in like a lot of comps and a lot of matchups, but I mean the matchups where it outshines Pally are a little more rare. But overall, Pally is probably the best. Just has, it's just really damp. It should be on in the lower right, but I'll turn it on if it's not. I forget where to take player off of this. Otherwise, it's going to show my own too, right? It's like a really long cast I can like test some. There's still like the rainbow generator thing. Okay, that works. Omni CD. I can slash target. No, I can't type in edit mode. That's annoying. I guess if I open the menu this way. Oh, I guess I'll test it in Arena. I just hate when I go into edit mode or whatever, it untargets myself. I'm trying to line up if this kick reminder and better blizz will line up in size with the I think teammate Omni CD kicks there too. Should I go Versa or Curse Mastery Ring for Seb? I mean, Calvish was doing Cursed. But, in general, the Cursed enchants are kind of bad. Unless you're just completely neglecting crit. Like, if you're gonna do Trill mode and just not care about your mastery, and you're just gonna go, like, Depths and 4-piece and low mastery, and you're gonna, like, kind of play more sustained damagey sub for, like, Rogue Lock, then probably do Radiant Versa. And then if you are, I want 90, 80, 85 to 90 plus mastery all in most burst possible, two set, RMP exclusively in good matchups where you're not like scared at all and you don't want to do like a mix of mastery and Versa, and you're wanting to even go like NG goggles and stuff, then probably you could do like cursed mastery, but then your logic is who cares about crit? I'm going to crit anyway on Darkest Night. Even though it still helps you on the non-Darkest Night eviscerates, and it still helps you on Secret Tech in general. Because it does add a lot of damage if part of Secret Tech crits. Kind of goes to your own school of thought. It's from Emerald Nightmare. $6 in queue. Fixed it by complaining. Always works. Even IRL, when you're waiting forever on an elevator, you're like, wow, this elevator is taking a long time. Ding! Every time. Doesn't work on traffic lights though. Sometimes red lights just fuck with you. They're just immune to complaints. I don't give a fuck. I think we're just dead to air. You still had block. No half sap, feels bad. I actually can die here. Good grip. Stay. Try to hit the lock just because he's closest wizard. Wish they didn't buff Demo. I'm already sad that I've seen Demo 2 games in a row. I know people are just testing it out. Hopefully it's trash. My frame rate is just so much worse against Demo, it's crazy. Go from like 300 FPS to like 50. Or 120, it feels way worse than that. Must have like a bad week or something. I mean, none of them have models in it, and I thought that's what caused the issue. Might be dead here. I have cloak and 5, but... Have you sap trinket? Bro, just let me play one global, man. Why do I get frostbit first global by nothing? Sap trinket? Doesn't trinket. I don't have step to kick that poly. Pop AR off this. I'm on every DR. Gouge the healer in 1. Try to target the link, but I'm targeting everything but it. Poly, stun him while he's locked on arcane. He trinkets. Still ascension from the priest. On the Ore Mastery Hex. Three for the win. Yeah, I mean, it's just Frost Emo. I can't really move that much. I mean, that game I could just because it was SPD SP mage instead of demo mage, so I just don't know how he like frostbit me through LOS when I wasn't in an orb or anything. Like on my subterfuge, that was where it got annoying. Cancel my blade flurry to not break shit. The mage breaks it anyway. Probably gonna break, but I don't have to worry about importing. It's on CD, so I can just kick bomb there. Mage is dying through altar, he's not canceling it. Hopefully it doesn't get purged. He got purged, so he dies. A lot harder to carry on Outlaw, I feel like sometimes. It's like I have no burst. If someone's just going 0-6, there's no way I can like solo carry that much. Especially when they're just putting every single CC into me. Just lasso coiled on CD. Yeah, I don't think any class should have more than one pet, unless it's like a long cooldown like a gargoyle or something. Hopefully we purge this altar. Okay, probably not, because I got stunned. Oh nice, he gets it. Killing SP on his CDs. Smell bugs. Probably was out of combat there, but since I had to blow my second vanish because meld bugged, I had no way to sap it. I'm gonna trigger that even though it's the only way I can die. Can I get the mage on the board and stop his 06? Oh wait, no, he's already locked in at 06. Can he beat me and stop his 06? Low rating, this should be like the easiest 6 however, but Alwa's always been worse than the other two in Shuffle though. Into this. And I'm in Northern. Block and bop overlap, huge. Actually, this is my adrenaline rush, but I'm a blind, everything's just DR. I'm cloak in 1 if I die this global, man. Nah, I've just been playing like the Trill build. Feels good to me. And like the Dazed build. I know there's like a Nixie non-crack shot build. Look, doesn't look that good. Because he was like trying to play that shit in Dragonflight too. Worse. Nice that you're not like as RNG of like if you get procs or not, but just greenskin doesn't really do any damage anyway. Just bottlenecking yourself really hard, making the rotation more complicated and more peelable. It's like more uptime based. Yeah, Major Oak coming in with the gifties as well, waking me up with the 10 for the day already. Thank you so much, man. You just swap only Ghostly for it? I mean, I don't know. The thing is, like, Ghostly is extra comp points and it's off global. Yeah, I would say Feral is more about CC than Rogue is nowadays. At least, like, the Nasa and Outlaw. FMP is kind of like God comp. Like, one of the only, like, really CC heavy comps that, like, place. Never thought of it as mage work. My bad, dude. So is it McGrog then? My bad. I just thought you were doing like a clever pun on mage rogue. How people just like type it with on purpose. As I pronounce it, Magrog. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you either way. And then we got Big Marsh. Complimented the music. The music changes constantly. I have like 5 different playlists. All the playlists are on my Discord, but sometimes we are in kind of a grunge new metal mood. Sometimes we are in some drum and bass. Yeah, we mix it up constantly. Sometimes we're kind of in an emo phase. I have all my playlists on there though. Playing prog metal. I mean, you're just lucky then. Yeah, I used to play drums back in the day. When I was like 18 to like 22. Apartment living, don't have the space, too noisy. I'm more out of shape now, so. Outlaw good now? It's terrible in shuffle. But it's always been terrible in shuffle, so. I think it is really good in threes, yeah. Depending on the comp. Because you're just more immortal and you have more teammate support. I would say you probably have a wider win condition still as sub. Because duel and stuff. But I don't know if outlaw roguelock disc would be better than sub roguelock disc. I'd have to like play both in the same session going back and forth. It's better. Yeah, I'd still be worried about the pedals. And I still don't have like any space at all. Like, it's just a 1 bedroom with me and my girlfriend, like 800 something square feet. Like our kitchen island is like half our apartment. I'd love to save for a house, but I'm just paycheck to paycheck right now as it is. And it's harder to prove my income for a mortgage. Even though I have like all my tax info and everything. And I get taxed heavily. Because I'm not like an actual corporation on my own, I guess. And for whatever reason, Twitch pays my tax documents, even though I'm 1099 MISC, as royalties. And a lot of like lenders don't really like royalties, I guess. Because it's not as provable, even though it's like really obvious if I show them multiple years of it. They tend to think that it's like actual like old school royalties, like I just own something and I'm passively getting it and it's not tied to the hours I work, even though it is. So yeah, it's kind of hard to even like try to qualify for anything. Even if it was like me, my girlfriend, and a roommate trying to like all three qualify for something, it's still qualify for like jack shit. How expensive everything is. Punk cap gets removed on week 10. Yeah, I was basically saying that I would just play AWC basically if I had a team. And I have a team right now, but I might not. It's just all the people I would play Wikata with are playing retail right now too for AWC. But I'll try to play the last week of Kata for rank 1. That should be fun. I mean, it's just qualifying to get a loan to have a mortgage when mortgages are almost the same cost as rent anyway. So that you're not lighting money on fire. Equity wise. Granted, obviously there's something safer about, you know, the roof getting broken and having someone else pay for it kind of shit, but even like a starter house almost nowadays in my area is like 700K. And, you know, our rent right now is like 1,700. That's just ridiculous. And then everyone's always like, well, why don't you just go leave your entire family and go to a different country or go live in like, you know, a dead state like Iowa or something. It's like, bro, I didn't choose to have all of my family and friends be out here. Just go on easy mode and go live in like the middle of nowhere. Go to Ohio. Then you can go buy a $200,000 mansion or something like. Not like I'm trying to live in California, man. Like it's just stupid that Arizona is becoming California. So if you do any world quest with war mode on, even if it's not the Sparks of Life zone, you get 100 bloody tokens. It's way faster to just do a bunch of world quests than it is to do the Sparks of Life quest. So I'm just doing that between this shuffle queue real quick. Is PvP bugged? No, it's just day 2 of you needing a macro to sometimes fix this. If you do exclamation point Q, there's a macro that unbugs the queue window. But I think it's kind of fixed right now for me, so. I mean, it's just true though, right? Apparently he just disappeared. I guess he took a queue or something. Main stats about well, you go like 10% haste, and then you go Versa crit. You could use the freebie weapons for outlaw and just do crit on both. Most people have like crafted haste verse weapons on TR, but that's just because like you have different PvE rings and stuff. Like, you can just have two PvP rings and then move your stats around that way. To try to hit 10% haste or whatever and then still have all the crit you want. But Versa is the top prio. I mean, if you just look how much like more paid time off and holidays and stuff Europe gets than NA, it's insane. It's definitely like a correlation with happiness in general. Same with the whole work from home versus not work from home thing and just different people being different and not really letting people be as unmicromanaged on their schedules. Obviously, you just look for a job until you find what fits what you want, but as like a person, that not everyone has that luxury all the time. Because, you know, some people would much rather just work longer hours, 4 days, and have more days off than commit to every single day being half ruined. I think that's just kind of how powerful in general a lot of like HR kind of stuff is, and just in general the recruitment culture and just recruiting in general being like a higher budget than the actual retaining talent. Or like, you know, kind of spreading your roster out of different schedules and stuff. A lot of people are much more willing to just work longer hours a few days and actually have half a week off than come in and work a bunch of 7-hour days. And the last thing any employer wants to do is pay people overtime. That's the main thing that people kind of struggle with. And then the people, like, I have a friend that has like 3 jobs and he's like barely making more than my girlfriend does, even though he's at a similar wage. And it's just because of like how much more he gets taxed for having multiple jobs. It's just like, why do you punish someone for that if they're actually going to grind that hard? I'm just waiting for the guillotines to get brought out, man. You haven't heard 40 ounce? Yeah, the whole ghost recruiting thing, yeah, that's like a crazy thing too, where there's just so many fake listings just because they want to leave the opening for later and like pre-fill the next wave of firings. Like that shit always should be like so illegal in general. Just the mass layoffs, mass rehires to like keep, you know, anyone from getting tenure or promotions kind of thing. Well, it's not even about that either. It's just like denying people their benefits and stuff like that. I'm happy that Blizzard is finally unionizing and like a few other gaming companies though. I think you go 4-piece on Asa, yeah. Wish I had bomb right here. We get both bops though, that's good. Can't kick that because he still has bop up. DK's just dying to air. I think we're still just dead. Unless we kill like this global. Not sure why I still have the binding shot debuff way after the fact. Thought he was so dead. But that Windwalker is doing some crazy damage. Like, I guess he was just getting perma AoE, but the DR in cap when he was almost off gouge DR on Forchi. Next finisher, I get evage. Oh, he dies to air. Sucks. Might be dead here. I had Kitty for healer there too. I just thought the damage would kill. I had two killing sprees get bug dodged also. Because the Windwalker has his passive dodge even though I'm not targeting him. And I didn't even have Blade Flurry up. So I gotta just target the Windwalker first, make sure I let him dodge air, and then killing spree. Even if I'm not trying to killing spree him, I guess. Or like off stun him first, I guess. That works too. But I never really want a killing spree during a subterfuge though, is the problem, so. I don't know. I guess cross-stunning him isn't even good unless it's a random kidney. Pull out my kicks there. I'll cheap shot healer in 3. After this disarm, I guess. 0.1 hodged on my killing spree. Longest searing glare in my life. I can't farm the cooldown reduction I need. Turn off the silence. No, he's fine. My healer better not die this global, man. No, I get binded on my fucking sap. That's tragic. Might actually lose this round. F. I mean, BM Hunters needed that buff, to be honest, you know. Outlaw definitely still feels the worst in Shuffle. But I think real games where it always has shined. It's never felt good in Shuffle ever, even when it was really broken up overall. It's just hard to carry noobs when you don't have burst. Because it's like such a support spec. You're like an Augvoker, but like everyone is just brain dead. Like, giving your teammates haste and tricks has less value the more uncoordinated everyone is running around AoE breaking everything. They're just like a sub-rogue without duel. And a lot of times without bomb. So it's just worse. Buff's noticeable? I think so, yeah. It's just hard to tell in Shuffle because the match quality is so low. Both those lobbies I would have 6-0'd though at this rating as sub. But I'm like getting a 3 or 4 win on Outlaw because it's just do my micro CC and they just don't get bursted. And I'm still last on Dam. Whereas Asa would have at least talked damage AoE. It's the DK. Ugh. So your damage is still weaker than Asa. You just have more mobility and quality of life than sub. But you just don't have like the ways to close out a game that sub does. Cooled introduction bomb and duel and all that. And just actual burst damage. No, the sub rework is in November. I stormed out of my cheap shot. Try to evasion disarm. Fiend. Bomb this guy, just see if I can get something. I got a trinket. Paints up. Their cheap shot clone. Try to gouge trinket after I kick the ulti. It's an ulti now. Stun healer in a sec. Hit the fiend. Guess I'll blind even though it's gapped, but won't be able to sap that, but I'll gouge. She did drop combat, but my guy's dying to piss. Another paints up. Can you healer here? He faked us both, but just unaware, but he might be dead. Stun on SP and the rest of his CDs. He gets Hodged at the same time and dispelled. Wishing I had disarm right now. My Feral's probably dead. He has arms so he can die, because he doesn't have second wind healing him as much and then Rager General stun, so. And he was just in battle stance the whole time he died. Alright, let's go disarm here. They announced the anniversary patch date. That's good to know. Hopefully this guy lets me get a sap. Cancel Blade Flurry. I didn't want to break it. Healer and then rep the dots off. Still disarmed forever. Hit priest. I'm just gonna go priest a bit. Got paints up, so we're getting off. Heal the end card. Pick that. Putting this vanish as long as I can on the disarm. Can't. My guy haste. That. Judge. Kidney. I have a spree out of this. My silence. Try to cloak the priest sphere on my spree. Slap kicks. You guys just do not want to die, man. It's crazy. I get feared on my meld, so I don't get a cheap shot on Feral. Thank God it does. I thought my priest was going to get bit, no disperse there. They were all at like 10% for a while, and then they like slowly started living. It was kind of scary. I just didn't get enough Blade Flurry going, I think. You just do hide health bar, party pointer. There's easy ways to import my settings too. First hand paints up, huge overlap. Chance of Blade Flurry to not break the rep. Spell breaks to the warrior. Put Blade Flurry back up. Probably shouldn't even bother DR stunning the feral. I just wanted to make sure my warrior was fine. Nice spear. I don't have to go kick the healer then. I can gouge off that. It should be kill. Okay, I get feared. He DR Hodges early when he was a couple seconds from being off stun DR. You do. I can't blind for 10 still. You just ignore the damage reduction component. There are times where you can blades cheap shot, and then by the time you get to the secret tech, bargain is over. But that's like if you know that they have like no trinkets and like it's a clean go and they're not gonna do anything. Like you get like a triple fear, they have no trinkets or something, and you're just trying to kill in that one go. But it's way riskier just sending it before you even open, because then if you just get peeled, you've wasted your blades. Trying to kite the warrior with those, but I know grapple will be back up by the time I need it. I think I had bombed so bad. Actually, blade stormed that. Still just dead. Oh, it was a cross kill, man. No, you can't use the vault sockets on that. Guess it's just a healer diff, but shouldn't be. Can't target the Siphon to save my life. Garage onto me. Hopefully he kills the Siphene for me. He doesn't. I guess I should have just tried to grapple out of LOS of the Siphene instead of waiting half a second to stun. I was hoping the Pharaoh would kill it, but the healer gap. Actually, the priest technically won the one game, but we tied. The healer, the HPAL's not even going 6-0 either. Three bobs before he even gets stunned. Okay. I'm blind in 3 when that bop ends. Now. Yeah, you just do stance BTE. That's all you need. I think I have a couple more weird things in mind, but I have like cancel aura meld stealth in there. And target last target if not targeting anything. Put ghostly in there, but I probably shouldn't. I mostly press it with adrenaline rush. I'll just repress adrenaline rush to use ghostly usually. Or press it manually in between goes too. I see why I don't normally put that above the target frame. It looks weird on the focus one. I don't know what made that noise. Normally I have most of the game sounds off. I'll put that back how it was. I just wanted to see how that would look if I put the teammate kicks there, but I had it at -20. Put 0. No. think SP is just going to be the new Warlock. And then Warrior will still be really good into SP. I think Warrior SP will be a really good comp. I think anything with a Hunter obviously is broken. Anything with a Feral is obviously broken. I think HPAL is still the best healer. Yeah. A lot of Rogue SP, I think. Ugh. Log looks good. Thanks, man. Less stressful? I don't know. I've had a lot of bad experiences with Blitz if you don't do OQ. People just don't want to get carried, and the Elo hell range is so wide, and then like the MMR system was also really bad for that. Or sometimes you're just always 300 MMR above the enemy team you're fighting, and you just get Omega Kleptoed. Because the other team has like a Mistweaver Monk and yours doesn't or something. Because Mistweaver Monk is really good in PG. Like, it feels like you have to duo Q with a healer if you want to hit like 2700 plus. If you could just duo queue with double DPS, it'd be a lot more enjoyable though, because 2 people can carry 6 much better than 1 person can carry 7. People just don't want to be carried, so it's like even if you win every like ninja and you're winning all the off-card objectives or something like that, if your team's just losing the team fights, you still lose. But if you get to duo with another DPS at least, they can kind of like help you win the team fight while you win all the side objectives. It's either that or they just ban duo queue period and not even let you duo with a healer. I think just bottlenecking the few people that have a healer in their back pocket is not really fair. As opposed to just letting people duo queue double DPS because it's more available. We're doing for gear. Whatever you don't have. I mean, you should be full geared this week or next week. Maybe a little longer. If you had to craft weapons. Back pocket, what do you mean? For like VGs or? I got free hugs as well. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I don't have that many healers, and every bracket is bottlenecked by healers. Like that's why the shuffle queues are long. Double DPS 2s is terrible compared to healer DPS. Why I prefer to just do viewer 2s free carries for healers. Other than have to actually try. Every single bracket is just bottlenecked by healers, and there's not enough incentives besides reworking healers to be more fun. That's gonna make people actually play them. The 90-second trinket change didn't do it. The CC nerfs didn't do it. I guess, right? I'm dead here. Gonna link. Of killing spree. Triple kill, I'll take it. I mean, if the overall game experience was just better, everyone should be getting nearly instant queues or like 2-minute queues. They can just like improve match quality and just lower barrier to entry. Gotta focus on making the game really, really fun and addicting, potentially even free to play for Arena. Like just PvP specific servers, Arena servers, you know? Like a world PvP island for stuff to do between queues. Is my hunter even dying to you, man? Dead here. Haste. Meld bugs, of course. Love some cheap shots on Shaman right here. I mean, it's also like real threes too, right? Even though there are like AWC teams at like 2-6, 2-7, a couple teams have Glad, but like if you go above 2200, all you fight is AWC people's ults, and that's it. Rain Deadly, thank you so much, man. That's a name I haven't seen in a hot minute. How you doing, man? Are you playing Kata, or have you actually started playing retail again, or what's going on there? Some retail, nice. I really want to play the last week of Kata after AWC. Cool to see the OG names that I haven't seen in forever. I didn't even know you were back. But I guess I'm NA, so I'm like more out of the loop. Meld bugs out for all 3 rogue specs. It's not even an outlaw problem. More annoying when it messes up on Asa than when it does on outlaw, though. You have so much cooldown reduction on Vanish as outlaw. Not nearly as tragic if something goes wrong. All of the procs. I'm turning into an Ellie Shaman right here. Blind Trinket, I think it's better to save it for another go, though. Can you resto in 5? A blind here, gouge, trinket. Actually, doesn't have trinket. Gouge, come back. A little scary for me here. Indian 1. Rooted into this root though. Set my healer. Doesn't work. I don't have my step teammate macros set up on this character. Yeah, I don't. That's good to know. I use it quite a bit defensively, yeah. And just as like a root break. God, I had 3 procs and I still couldn't kill the ground for the healing stream. Totems are danky. He couldn't actually aim shot me there because he can't aim shot from behind. Bomb to get his trinket. So since Killing Spree kept teleporting me behind him, he actually couldn't do anything. I have a gouge, but move my character. Dynamic macro. It's an add-on that basically lets you write a macro to slash cast at healer, slash cast at damager. And it will rewrite your macros every round, like a shuffle. So instead of doing party 1 and 2, they can bug out a lot. Or like force you to use like frame sort or like sort group, which also bugs out, like trying to always make the healer be party 1. It'll just rewrite the macro to the healer's name on your team every time. There's some like documentation on how to like set it up properly though. Like at healer works fine normally, but at DPS you have to like write at healer but not the spell, and then at damager right below that. So it has to like fail to do the healer because I'm not putting a spell. Oops, I broke that. Should have canceled my blade flurry. But to me, it's just less buggy than doing party 1-2 macros and dealing with how buggy frame sort and sort group are all the time. Kind of a bad bomb on my end there. Overlap kicks. But Outlaw LA feels really good. I know it's a shuffle, but we're just 3 brick walls with infinity kicks for everything. I don't know how they're supposed to cast it all. I didn't even care that I didn't have disarm for the hunter. The outlaw changes seem pretty promising right now. I topped damage that round. Okay, we got double trinket there. Took my teammate's haste. I got the hunter on the board, or the disc on the board. Take it. Any DHs today? No, we're still like working on the new rogue that we leveled literally yesterday. We leveled and geared this character in 1 day, and it's more geared than my main. Outlaw's a little harder to push and shuffle, even with the buff, than sub and Nasa. I think Outlaw's insane in like real like tournament level games and stuff, but like in shuffle, it's harder to carry. You don't really have like solo someone burst. Kind of at the mercy of like people actually following up with how you want to play. Only 4 more sockets and this character's done too. I did buy some of the gems on the auction house this time around though. No gold over. The people are still doing the auction house scamming where they just undercut and then buy out every time. I'm surprised Blizzard hasn't cracked down on that yet still. It's just like all bots just scalping everything on the auction house. Like every single item, it's just one guy trying to undercut on like 5 items and then buy whoever auto sells lazily. Automated. As soon as people auto sell, it just gets bought at like half the price. Most people are too lazy to like actually like just wait to sell later when it's not being screwed over. And I guess you could type in the normal price and just never auto sell, period. That's probably the smarter way to do it instead of just checking back later when they're not doing it. That's part of why like all the enchants and stuff are scalped so high, is it's just people like printing out infinite gold, just making everyone sell everything for half price and then buying it instantly with a bot. Because almost every item any time of day is always just a undercut really severely. Like here, it's like, oh, only 3 are selling a half off. Oh, I guess I'm gonna auto sell at the cheap price and then instantly bot. Like the auction house is all just kind of scammers, you know? Automatic type, that's good to know. I didn't even know you could do that. So I could just click this, or bad example. Let me find one that is. So I can click this and it goes to 30. Ooh, that's nice. I didn't know that. I guess that's the true PSA then, is never click the lowest one. Just always actually do the market price and let them undercut themselves on air. I thought you had to actually type it. Usually I'm lazy. Sold so many things at half price for no reason. Too lazy to type sometimes. Let me see. Offensive and defensive cooldowns are active on raid frames. Omni, normally it's big debuffs, but I use Omni auras for the raid frames. And then I use big debuffs for everything else. Because I don't like how Omni auras looks on the target frame and focus frame. But I like how Omni auras looks for the raid frames. So I kind of use like a homebrew of both of them. Same with Gladius and S Arena. I use S Arena for the trinkets, just so I don't have to deal with the annoying shuffle bug on trinkets on Gladius. In general, I would just recommend using S Arena all the way through. It's just less buggy. You don't have to reload if you join the arena in combat. You don't have to worry about the trinkets disappearing or like being see-through in shuffle. And just higher quality life in general. I do like how the base auras and stuff look on Gladius because it's more of an eyesore. You pay more attention to it. Even though Serena is like more minimalist. Kind of honor to have gems cost if you have multiple characters. It is pretty brutal, yeah. Eventually you'll start running out of stuff though, and it's nice. The more expensive it is, the more potential gold you're able to make from PvP selling the gems. Like once you're done with sockets, if you're not playing a million classes and you're just playing casually, it's cool to have a way to actually make gold from PvP. I kind of hope they don't make it to where you just get all the sockets in like an hour, you know? Especially because it's so easy to just transfer honor between all your characters and stuff. For trinkets on Mass Arena? What do you mean? They should already be there. Ugh. PvE offsets? Nah. We're all PvP gear. And crafted gear. I should have had the on use or the proc trinket, but I'm 25 conquest short. I don't know what I messed up. Probably something to do with crafting. Maybe I should have just did a world PvP belt or something. Even though it's verse mastery. And then got the proc trinket. But it is what it is. We got basically full gear in one day. Especially because I've learned that you don't ever need to do the Sparks of Life quest. For like they get 100 in a zone or whatever. For the 1k bloody tokens. Because I got all my bloody tokens while I was leveling before I even hit max level. But if you do a world quest with war mode in any area, it doesn't even have to be the weekly zone. You get 100 bloody tokens. Sometimes there's like these weird like leveling world quests that don't count for that, but as long as it has like the star or whatever, or just like the PvP ones. It's like a max level type reward one. You always will get 100 bloody tokens. So like even like on my main and stuff, you don't need to do the quest every week because like the quest gives you 1,000 and you only get 600 a week. You can just go do like 3 or 4 world quests, get the piece you need. Like I just go and do all the races in between the queues and I'm done. Like the quickest way. To just get all the bloody token gear. Even though it's like not best in slot, it's like 3 item level off of best in slot. So it's just a way to get like a free epic that's like, you know, 13 item level better than honor gear. So like, if you didn't have crafted weapons, you pretty much could be full epic today. Especially now that with the catalyst, you can have 4-piece at the set bonus. With the 1600 tier piece. Craft leather belt? No, I'm just using the normal belt. I just put crit verse on it. So I like having like 10 to 15 haste and then the rest crit versa. I think 15 haste is even too high. I think Trill had like 12. Better Blizz plates. It's not even a weak aura. These 2 add-ons are like 80% of my UI. And I have import strings for them and everything on my Discord. 10% plus alacrity or just 15? Yeah. You don't always have alacrity, but right now in season 1 you can't still afford that much compared to getting crit. I mean, I think it's just the problem of like sub only generally works like 3 to 5 people per continent, and that's even stretching it. Maybe even like 1 to 2 people. Like halfway works for like 3 to 5. Actually works for like 1. And yeah, they're just trying to dumb it down. But also, I don't think these changes have anything to do with PvP. It's not even blipped their radar at all. Like they're just PvE changes. Like PvEers don't like the CDR. It's too hard to sim. Like that's all. Like I read PvEers complain about it every expansion for multiple expansions. Even when it was like a legendary or whatever in Shadowlands. Even like when it was a Torghast power. No, Outlaw is like one of the worst specs for Shuffle. Even when it's broken in tournaments, it's not really good in Shuffle. Because it just doesn't have like that bursty cheese factor. Even if you like do good micro CC and stuff, it's generally always a couple hundred rating below sub and Asa every time. It doesn't have like the Asa rogue damage, and it doesn't have the sub rogue cheese. You do good micro CC, but like you're not like the end all be all of like soloing someone in a duel or something. So it's like more at the mercy of people breaking your CC than like how you would just play around that as sub. Does not need an air horn. I like switched to Waz's alerts just to like see how they were different from mine, but pretty much tracking the same stuff. Honestly, I'm just gonna copy over from my other account instead of like try to do all the changes manually. I'll miss something. The downsides of having two WoWs. Force that angle on Outlaw or not? I think it is, yeah. Everything but legs is what people were playing on TR. Normally you'd have haste versus legs, but kind of have too much haste because of the PvP ring. Because I don't have like two really high verse crit rings. And if I did like a crafted crit ring, I would lose too much verse. I'm doing like two PvP rings, PvP deck. A lot less crafted gear as Outlaw. I don't know if there's any healers on right now. I don't. Mason's always in offline mode, but I don't think he's on this early. Hopefully we get a shuffle pop at least soon though. That'd be sick. Full AFK on the 4-win F. No, it's like a 6-10% overall. SP versus a warrior, this might be a weird lobby, but I think the Mistweaver is going to have the hardest time, so it's not that bad. Should be pretty good for me. The Mistweaver, open the lock. Get a resap. Blind. Kidney, click the coil. In the eyes on CD. I did it from stealth without fully proccing subterfuge first. Monk isn't playing dodge. Cleared on my subterfuge because I couldn't stun both. Kidney, bomb here. Got my soul. I have a gouge here too. I had blind in like 3, and I could vanish cheap shot his trinket. It's pretty overkill. BT CD in 3 weeks, true. Then you'll actually be able to use it like in between goes too. And you'll get a proc and just get more common point fluid.
My apologies.
Cancel Blade Flurry so I don't break anything. I'll get a reset. Like that fear. That's so rude that my character's clapping there. I didn't even do that. Not like I don't know. It's pretty terrible in Shuffle, as it's just a low-rated lobby. Where it doesn't let me get a sap. Resap trinket. Hook the coil. We got PMK. Back. How you doing, man? I haven't seen your name in a hot minute, I feel like. But my sense of time also was just warped from AWC, because I've been streaming so much less, kinda. Like so much harder to even do like 150 hours than it normally is 200 hours. I've been doing a lot of practice off stream, but I can feel the results. Even though it's like almost over now, because they speedrun it into just 1 month. Just 4 of the same tournament every week. With no time to really change anything. I don't have to worry about proccing his dodge because he's not playing the passive. That fear is really good. Gonna stun him next global, but... Can't gouge this guy even though I was on top of him, apparently. I'm blind, feels bad, man. Might be dead here. I need the SP defensively. He's gonna trinket kill us though, if we don't kill like this global. I was gonna re-cheap shot and grab my soul, but I think it's probably better to just keep tunneling the lock there. The team markers are built into Better Blizz plates. So you're gonna wanna have party pointer on, and then you turn arena toggle on and hide health bar on. Otherwise it'll like overlap with the friendly nameplates too. Hey, just don't let me get a sap. Get rushed in again. Early before I get coiled. Getting coiled now though, first global. I'm ready to cloak it. Coil. Coil in 8. Getting coiled on this spree. Out of the storm bolt, probably. Getting coiled now. Kidney healer in like 3. Alright, just kidney warrior off me. Now I can go stun the other 2. The grapple bugged out, so I can't grapple over for the gouge. Got Daniel as well. Thank you so much, man. Back. Grapple away on the Warrior's Leap. JK Fear cancels it. Pick the bolt. Bear off myself. Just breathe. Can blind healer in one. Gouge that fear. Blind off that. Maybe I could sap because of the silence. I can. He sap Trinket. He's not going to. He just tab breaks it anyway. So I guess I hit him. Could have used my second grapple to get back to lock, but a little scary for me here. All I have is a cloak. I'm not playing disarm, and I can't really get this warrior off me. Give him precog, terrifying. Give my healer haste. Yeah, that's hard to live. If I had disarm, I think it would have been fine probably, but I think it's just a healer gap. I mean, maybe me and the warrior could carry shutting down the lock. Might get the healer on the board this round. I misspelled your PMK is BMK, my bad, dude. Getting used to this new keyboard. What's weird is I don't typo at all gaming, but I typo a lot like actual typing. I guess just because I have like different actuation point profiles for the two, but or she would try to fear the healer for me. Or just fearing the DPS randomly. Might sap here. Moves out of line. Oh. I didn't cap fucked me because it was almost a full sap. Ready coiled, yep. A cloak at 5, but I don't know if this defensive killing spree saves me. Cloak in 3, but I think I'm dead this global. Half of a second on cloak. I get it off. One finisher away from Vanish, man. Slice Vanish. Oh, I didn't get it off. Yeah, it's just a 6-0 healer gap. Nothing I can really do. Unless this lock randomly one-shot someone, but I chose the wrong class. I should have just picked Holy Pally. Yeah, I want to play Outlaw Fire with him. I'm the one who asked him. We just gotta find a healer. I feel like me and the Warriors should be able to shut down a lot better. It's just the in-cap stopping my full sap kind of sucked. Oop. Sap trinket. We're gonna just gouge him there, but I tap the meld. Oh, I didn't get it. If I still had sap macroed into my focus 1, 2, 3, I would have had it. I just like pressed swap focus, but then he got combat. Press the second. I've stunned blind though in like 3. Please get me nice. No, I don't get the sap because of the micro fear. That was a good priest fear by the shadow on my van. Yes. I have a van here if I live, but nice. We got him on the board at least. HPL is the best healer, yeah. They Omega buffed it. Sub dies in November, but like maybe it doesn't die either until I don't know till I play it, but it gets dumbed down in November when they get rid of the cooldown reduction. Oh, there's a socket chest over there. Spawns at like the most weird times now. It's the second time it spawned at like a 4:30. And it's gone. All words? What do you mean? Like you type a word for the spell? Without typing slash cast. Outlaw feels better. I mean, I'm just testing it out. I enjoy playing Outlaw more than I enjoy playing Asa usually, yeah. There are matchups where Asa does crazy AoE damage though, yeah. That Outlaw does not do any damage. At least Outlaw tries to CC. And it has the most root breaks. For all the hunters, you're just vanishing more and killing spring out of roots and stuff like that. Yeah, you're less screwed over by bleed dispels and, you know. I think a lot of times Asa might still be better, I'm not sure. It just sucks when people are spread out and you don't get to play the AoE build, and then you are playing the single target build, but they're still holding on to Deathmark because they have like dwarfs and bop and stuff like that. Or you just send a Deathmark for bop, but yeah, I made a whole new third rogue to gear for Outlaw. You like 10% haste and then you go Versa and crit. Twos? I might be playing some threes with Aegis soon, but we'll see. We're just looking for a healer right now. This is the new enchant Holy Fire. It's pretty underwhelming. Find a more neutral weapon for it. I guess it doesn't look that bad with season 10 gear randomly. But a similar kind of bronze gold. Yeah, we'll get some viewer twos going, I guess, if the shuffle queues don't pick up a little bit, but I would say Asa greater than or equal to sub. I mean, I think they're all pretty close. Just depends on the matchup. I don't have enough data to know where Outlaw is, if it's better or not yet. Could just be Cope. Waz is excited about it too, but it could just be Cope. But Asa is a lot better in a lot of matchups than sub. And there's a lot of matchups where sub is better even if you don't do damage. But it also depends on like the rating of play too. Like you pretty much have to be Waz to make it work at like the top end. It's not like some widespread results. And even he even played Feral in the grand finals instead of playing Rogue. And then Calvish has been playing Feral. Trill is starting to play Feral. If anything, like Feral is the new Rogue. Because you still have 20-second kidney. You have the most sustained damage. You have solo someone level burst. You have way more crowd control in general. Even if you don't fake kicks and get good precogs, you're getting kicks out of the way for your teammates. It's way less frustrating to play because you can't really be rooted or polyed or disarmed. So you don't even have to worry about crossing like perfectly or anything like that. You're just way more mobile, less micro CC'd, and you just do more everything. Sub didn't really get any changes. The black powder thing doesn't do anything. I mean, Feral, you just literally get triple stunned as if it's a sub rogue while they're incarning on you. I'm not sure on marksman. I know BM Hunter goes 4-piece, but I would just check people's armories in a couple days. Where people have a chance to finish gearing. Or try to like find some AWC games, but I think the plugin doesn't like go back as far in the VODs. Kingsbane is worth it if you're playing the single target build. If it's like not pet classes, like there's no unholy DK and everyone's spread out and you're getting kited low uptime against like FM Pal or something, and you're playing like the 4 poison build, then yeah. No, you still play AoE Garrote. You just drop the AoE Shiv stuff and you go down the middle. And you drop Crimson Tempest. I mean, they did do some changes that buffed single target. So single target build probably wins out more often now because it was a lot of things were bugged and not benefiting from the tier set. But it was still a pretty big overall tier enough to compensate for the bug fix for AoE. But I think it's still worth it to play AoE if there's like an unholy DK. Maybe even a BM Hunter. Like if there's just like pet classes, demo lock, you know, stuff like that. But other than that, yeah, I think the single target build usually wins out. But even when you're playing the single target build, you still triple dot and go everything. Or at the very least, at least double. And then like harass the healer with micro CC. Usually you're kind of soft going the healer while you're micro CCing them, but just like a random off the road cheap shot into like dotting them into coming back. Shuffle queues are just brutal though. Do a long stream and just play a couple games. Marksman supposedly takes 4, so that's good to know. I would still double check, but I know BM definitely does. And it's better to gear for BM because they keep buffing BM constantly. It's just like one of the best specs in the entire game. You even play like BM Wizards, like BM Ellie actually beat Waz's team in the tournament, but they still won through losers bracket, but very good comp. I'm gonna be dead. I mean, I'll test it out. If anything, it's just being dumbed down because of PvE, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, we lost to them both weeks, but Calvish and Cedu also struggled into them a lot. So that makes me feel a little better. They're just so immortal, it's crazy, because they're like the only HPAL main team, and HPALs are just god mode right now, so. Everyone else has just mastered the HPAL ult in like a day, because it's such a joke. You don't even play precog on HPAL, because like, you can just press Eternal Flame while kicked. And even then, when do you ever cast anything besides like going for a rep? Crazy how they went from like not viable to legit god mode in like typical Blizzard fashion. Yeah, it sucks that we fought the same two teams both weeks though, because we like. Yeah, I didn't play well into Nick either week though, like Nick the Rook's team, but they've been doing really, really well. But yeah, I don't know how to kill F tier. They're just immortal, man. We tried RMP last week. That's why it was funny that casters kept getting like weirded out that we didn't pick RMP. But it was just like even Waz and them struggled into a similar comp on EU too. Like obviously we're nowhere near Waz. But it's in general, it's just like so fucking hard to kill HPAL LEX. Like it's just immortal. Especially because they get that dumb tremor reset shit, so they can actually like so easily like tremor multiple goes. If you like try to like there's no chastise or like DB or gouge pre that you can really do. You stop pre-wall and disarm or pre-sack all at the same time. The best thing you can do kind of is like brute force stun the shaman first as like you know, pause or MC the windwalker. And then if the pally bops it or sacks it, you go pally. Like that's like the only way you can kind of salvage it. Because if you just try to stun the pally first, at least like on the goes where the shaman has pre-wall, it's bad. And then you can't like stun pally, run over, stun windwalker, stun shaman. Even if you had double step every go, it like with the thunderstorm, you can't do that either. Like even if you had unlimited shadow steps, you can't even do that. There's just, especially when they're like both orc and stuff, it's so hard. I miss when they just played enhanced, because then they were stacked and I could like do more, and then eventually there would be a go where they don't have wall or disarm or something, but the thunderstorm makes it so much harder to like run around. You just get caught by some random earth crab into like something. That's kind of the main difference I watched, like even from like Waz's pop, it was like how much more annoying F tier was than like how Blizzo Windwalker was playing. Because like Blizzo Windwalker, obviously he's insane at warrior and he's even been playing some Master Rogue and stuff, but he was like trying to play aggro and have fun. Like it looked like he would sometimes like rob to like make a good play or something like that, instead of just saving every single button defensively and never ever trying to have fun. Which is weird because usually EU is the ultra dampener in that mode. Like EU is all about not having fun and dampening, but it seemed like they were trying way harder to do stuff as that comp on EU than on NA, where it's just pure defense. That's it. Where it's just win on mana at like 8 minutes. Yeah, it seems like just all the rogues are just playing Feral, which my Feral isn't ready yet. There was like 2 weeks between each cup and my team was actually like wanting to queue Feral every night, and I was like actually improving at it. We had like a month to get it ready in like 2 cups. I would probably reroll Feral like everyone else, but because it seems like Trill's probably going to play Feral, Calvish is probably going to play Feral, Waz has been playing Feral. It kind of just seems like the new rogue at this point. It was kind of like that in Dragonflight Season 4 too, where like most of the RMP mages just ended up playing FMP, while all the rogues were just playing like Rogue Lock and Rogue Boomy and stuff like that. Yeah, shuffle queues are just brutal for like solo queue, because there's just never healers. There's like 10 DPS to every healer. That and just no one wants to play with the deflation, right? You could be like #1 in the world at shuffle and not even be 2400. Feral is probably the best melee, then Rogue. And then I don't even know what's third. Maybe Warrior again? I don't really fully know where the DK nerfs are landing, and I don't really fully know where the Warrior buffs are landing. I think Rhett also got a buff. I don't consider Hunter a melee. I think BM Hunter is the best ranged though. I think it's better than Mage Unlock. I think Hunter is beyond broken. We got Tacos, 7 as well. Gonna have 15 on the day. Yeah, shuffle and real threes are very, very different because of like dampening too. 'Cause you basically have like 2v2 dampening in shuffle. So like a 3-minute shuffle round is like the equivalent of like an 11-minute threes game. Because you get such high dampening so quickly. Which I think is kind of bad for the pacing because then it just kind of doesn't really establish the feeling of like it being the same game but solo queue. I think we're like 2-3 MMR on the main on sub. Right now we're like 2k MMR on Outlaw. I've had just a lot of like 4-win lobbies. It's a lot harder to carry on Outlaw and Shuffle. Even when Outlaw is good, it's generally always the weakest of the three in Shuffle. Because it's the most at mercy of people breaking your micro CC because you don't have like burst that can solo someone. Yeah, double DPS 2's bracket would be so fun. Asa Shuffle, I mean, you just do enough damage that it's fine. Because you do like real class DPS damage, especially if you have things to AoE. And you bring like mind numbing. Just make your teammates less bad at giving precog. Now Asa is one of the squishier specs, and most of the healers really struggle to heal Asa and Shuffle, but... And also Bleed Execute just gets you a lot of surprise random kills. Especially if you get like a gigantic Darkest Night like in Venom. With either like the Amplifying Poison single target build or like Zoldyck on the AoE build. Into a Bleed Execute. Like Asa has a lot more win conditions than Outlaw. In Shuffle. I would say sub is the best in Shuffle. Because even if you're doing last on damage, you're the tankiest for the level of dampening / the skill level of the healers, usually. And you just have the like most cheese potentials with like duel and stuff. The match quality is always way lower in Shuffle. And people aren't as coordinated at stopping you as they would be in like a real game. Yeah, I would say it's usually sub Asa, then Outlaw in that order. In Shuffle. Like even when Outlaw is peak the best rogue spec in like at certain points in Dragonflight, it's still pretty always trash in Shuffle. So if you look at your tree on Deathstalker, there's something called Singular Focus. Nate, I'll show you. So it's this right here. So when you have your Deathstalker mark on someone and you have Rupture on everything, all the Ruptures on your off targets are going to the guy that has the mark. And that will pull you out of stealth and break CC. And there's no way to spec out of it or play around it or anything besides like switching your mark to someone else. But there's a lot of clunky hero talents like that for everyone and you just kind of have to deal with it, sadly. And it can pull you out of stealth over and over again, and it can keep you in combat, yeah. Ever played Survival Hunter? I actually haven't. I've played like some marks in BM, but yeah. Oh, Marcula. I mean, I think I'm like 2k MMR on this one. Oh, it should have popped. Not even 2k MMR yet. Like 1950 MMR. Yeah, you should be making a pop. You trying to heal? Yeah. At this MMR, I should be 6-0ing every lobby if it was on sub. Just a lot of people just don't die on Outlaw. Unless like your teammates do really well with your micro CC. But everyone's just breaking everything. But it felt like my damage has been good, and I felt immortal, and I felt so much more mobile that I actually can get the micro CC no matter what, every DR. Like the double grapple is so nice. Like grapple over, kidney someone, grapple back. And then like you already have your grapple back in like 2 finishers, and you can just grapple over, gouge, grapple back. Do a couple finishers, step kick, grapple back. Like it feels like you have grapple like the entire game. It's kind of nuts. I need to go buy the Warlock Gateway thing too. Yeah, you're unforced on Outlaw. I think it's at most reagent vendors. I know it's at this one. I don't know where it is on all the other vendors, but it's like a toy item you can get that lets you basically keybind gateway so you don't have to click on it. Forgot I didn't have it on all my alt rogues the other day, because even a brew reminded me of it when he saw me die trying to click a gateway that was like covered in pets. And I was like, oh yeah, I don't have that anymore. Yeah, you buy it from that NPC, and then you use the item, the gateway, and then I just have the use item in my cancel aura macro, which is baked into my distract. So if I want to like take the gateway, I just hit distract. If I'm anywhere near it, which is kind of nice. Yeah, you do more killing spree damage with a slow offhand, but I like the dagger still. I think you still get more Fatal Flourish procs. And I think Trill was playing the offhand dagger, so unless he has like some weird weapon swap killing spree macro that weapon swaps back or some shit that I didn't notice in the games. Maybe. I think weapon swapping takes a global anyway. And killing spree doesn't do that much damage whether you sweat that hard or not. Oh, I almost had the sap. He could have saved his intim because I was already there to cheap shot. I have cloak. I'm being a little greedy here, but took the coil. Might just be dead here. Try not to line my healer on the bubble, but getting cloned low here probably. I hate that I can't see the rings. That's such a weird bug. Drop back. I'm out now, or I die. Try to meld any random airborne shit flying at me. It's full sheeped. I have to run from the druid because he wants to bash me really bad. Hopefully my hunter doesn't die here. He does. Yeah. That's in a good place? I think so, yeah. I should not have walked in the flare there. Held the rapid fire. Trying to kick that, but just barely not in range. I'm gonna get Hodged really soon. He has it in 25, but actually, I'm fine. Didn't cloak that. A little scary though. If I'm not playing cheat death, I could just get soloed here. Yeah. That sucks. Why the trill build is kind of annoying when you don't have cheat death, but cheat death like never saves you anyway, but my cat is just DDoSing me right now. What? Pocket play again. Should just go H-Pal way more in this lobby, but Mage is also playing Shimmer, so he should be getting punished way more than he is. He's having way too much fun. There's combat for no reason. His true shot in 20. Kidney for 8 still. For that. Didn't have step to kidney it for 10. Warlock better not die here, man. He's going to too. Oh, that's so tragic. Should be like a free lobby for me too. Need the PV weeklies? No, you don't need to. Looking aggro. I die. Too annoyed at how low my uptime has been this lobby. Up the ring because he's playing Shimmer. Getting coiled there. Doesn't DB my killing spree. Nice. I was spamming cloak there, but okay. I might be dead here. Nice, the hunter finally gets his own trap. Another like 4 rounds. I know the first time we had Rogue Hunter, he like overlapped his intim with my already being at the healer at a cheap shot twice. And then didn't trap out of most of my stuns. I guess this is supposed to be a 6-0 healer gap. Now the Druid won twice. I was like, he just won once against me, so it kind of screwed it over. I don't know. I feel like I'm just getting perma micro CC'd. This should be a really easy lobby. Can you Druid out of this? Blind. Please, yes, the bash clone, you tranks. It's a nice full fear, love to see it. Give him a haste buff. I guess it's just scary getting the Druid rounds first when Druid is just such an inferior class to HPAL. But I also don't know how he got 2 wins. I mean, Renar's good, but you know, I don't know if Druid should ever be beaten HPAL in this game. And I have to just do a shitty open because I already rolled the bones. Shouldn't have cloaked there. I thought the Infernal Stun was on me. I don't get double grapple because my first grapple glitched out when I got stunned at the same time. And the coil, but I'm coming out because span doesn't last that long. I can actually die here. So tilting not having cheat death actually. Holy cast flying in the air and I just knew I was dead. I don't know, I've been seeing more people playing this like non-cheat death stuff that Trill's been doing. And I swear I get it. Cheat death doesn't work 80% of the time, but also I feel like feint 20% actually doesn't do anything either. Just kind of insurance about not dying in stuns, but I don't know, that should have been like an easy 6-0. Kind of annoying. 'Cause even in the tournament, Trill's like playing feint every game. And usually feint is like kind of what I'm like the best at. I hate cheat death being good, but that's why I'm gonna be sad when they take feint off global in November. That'll definitely push feint to be better than cheat death, I think. When people just start macroing it into shit. But I think that takes all the skill out of it. You just like macro it into your evasion or something. Yeah, I would say this is definitely probably better with Rogue Lock, and I think they play a lot of RLP. Because this doesn't just buff Crimson Vial by a lot, it buffs Hellstone too. It just sucks that you lose like 5% crippling poison. And snares last a little longer, but this also is super OP into Frost Mage. Not that Ray of Frost is even viable, but this actually lowers the maximum channel potential of Ray of Frost. All snare duration reducers do. So it just like lowers like the damage of Ray of Frost almost in half. Kind of funny. Passively, but no one really plays Ray anyway. It's really bad. Just gets melded or like micro interrupted or anything like that. But yeah, the last game was a really bad opener on my end because I'd already like pre-rolled the bone and stealth. That was stupid of me. I need to just AFK wait forever for the hunter to come out and get like a clean opener, I think. Yeah, I just got coiled at the end there while my healer was in fears. Asarogi's 4-piece PvP tier set. You always want your tier set to be PvP tier. Otherwise, it's not worth the item level drop. Unless you're literally like a world first mythic raider or something. But even then, it's not going to be 639, I don't think. For PvP gear. Unless it's like one piece and you're like getting your 4 set because of it. But even now, with the catalyst and the 1600 piece, you're at 4 set now. It was just like if you had like heroic or higher upgraded raid gear for like week 2 and 3, you could like hit your 4 set if your spec even wore 4 set early. But on like one piece. But yeah, you should mostly just have PvP tier. If your spec even wears it. Yeah, 639 for all, yeah. You might have a couple like world PvP 636 pieces just because they're like free epics, but you replace them in a couple weeks. Yeah, it's singular focus. It's whoever you have your Deathstalker's mark on. When you have your ruptures out on multiple targets and pets, all of those ruptures are like going to whoever has the mark. This right here. So when you have ruptures on everything, whoever has the mark is just taking the damage. And that breaks CC, keeps you in combat, and breaks you out of restelts. Nothing you really can do about it. Right now we're doing some outlaw shuffles, but yeah. You have to buff them MMR? No, it doesn't seem any different. SP seems really good. Tricks and blackjack. Depends if you can actually afford the tricks honor talent. Which on Asa you can a lot. On Outlaw it's kind of hard to fit it in. Because the haste buff is really good. The heal your teammates, Trill plays this a lot, it's really good. You always have to play Enduring Brawler. And then sometimes you could play Smoke Bomb. But it's like hard to afford tricks on Outlaw. Playing 4 set? Yeah. Yeah, this character is more geared than my main, and I leveled and geared it in 1 day. Yeah, I'm playing 4 set everything but legs on Outlaw. We go for 10% haste, and then pure crit and verse. So we're at like 31 Versa. Or set the move on Asa? I think it is, yeah. Doesn't really matter. I'm doing the axe just because I like crit. Easier to get good at and push with Rogue or Mage. Feral or Hunter. Or DK. I guess DK's nerfed. I would say in the long run, there's less good rogues and there's more variety to be a good rogue. Playing like Rogue Lock and Rogue Shadow Priest and stuff like that, and Rogue Boomy whenever Boomy gets buffed. But at the same time, casters are also generally less noob friendly than melee. Because you have to learn how to fake kicks and land kicks. Instead of just landing kicks. But really, whoever's harder in a matchup is just whoever's the one being trained. If you're kind of like running out of mobility and RP walking and your teammates aren't helping you cross and you're running out of dance charges and stuff, rogue's definitely harder when you're getting trained. And then when it's mage, you have those like 5 million kicks and you're tongued and your rogues just expect you to blink over there and get a sheep every stun, even though you're playing non-shimmer, like. And that's harder. Like it just kind of, it's whoever's getting trained is having the harder time. But I would say both have counters and shuffle that are annoying. When you're a mage and you get hunters and shuffle, you're not going to have fun. And then when you are a rogue and you get like a 4 melee Ret Pally Fiesta, you're not going to have fun either. But I would say overall, rogue probably is more higher quality of life. but I would just say neither of them are that noob friendly. Your whole thing is what's easy. Just pick a hunter, man. Good. And even when it's not broken, it's generally easy. Especially BM Hunter. One of the most Xbox controller reclasses you can pick. I think he's being sarcastic. Jelly's always trolling, man. I mean, I think any CDR is like too much. In November, they're going to, yeah. And they're deleting sepsis. And they're making tea passively waste itself if you energy starve. Even when you're not doing a go. Bunch of like weird PV changes. There's a mini rework. And they're replacing CDR with like something that gives you 3 charges of symbols and makes symbols like buff your finishers more. It's just if they're gonna rework it, they need to just kill bargain, kill duel, make bomb be like off global, like make bleeds not break your gouge. Obviously fix singular focus. They're doing weird changes to all the specs. So Asa, they're dumbing down even more by allowing cut to the chase, the thing that renews your slice within Venom, to just flat out give you slice even if you don't have it. So they're positively affecting Asa that way. And then Outlaw, they're getting rid of Shadow Step and just giving them more grapple charges because they're trying to dumb that down. Follow the move? I don't know yet. It's definitely not in Shuffle. In Shuffle, it feels terrible. Like, lobbies I would easily win 6-0 is sub. I'm getting like 2 to 4 wins. Even playing kind of well. Because it just doesn't translate to Shuffle. Never has. Always like 200 to 300 points below sub and Asa with the top outlaws in Shuffle. It just doesn't have like that solo someone cheese burst that you need in shuffle for your CC to do something. And it's like too reliant on your teammates to like not break all your CCs. Whereas with sub, it's like, oh, they broke all my shit, but I just duel this guy anyway. So it's hard to tell in shuffle, to be honest, but I think Feral has been the new rogue since Dragonflight. Especially if you like old school actual CC people RMP. So then you're basically playing God Comp. If you're like more of a Shadowlands RMP CC all three type of person rather than a I like BFA Dragonflight, not me, I'm just saying it's an example. You know, Asa Arcane, Outlaw Arcane, you know, 10-minute game tab targeting simulator where you're basically playing Thundercleave. If that's your idea of RMP, then yeah, but there's a lot of times where even when RMP is stronger than FMP, which right now it's not, I don't think, or at least compared to FMPAL, I think FMPAL is like the best comp. Hasn't them even had to play it in the grand finals. FMP just does more CC than these like Asa, Outlaw, PvE styles of RMP. Yeah, I still gotta do the old raid on my main in between the queues. Does anyone know if you do the whole Legion artifact quest lines on a different class if it applies to other ones? I'm imagining not. So like if I do the whole balance of power class quest line or whatever on my rogue, if I'll get the Feral Druid shapeshifts. I imagine not. But I'm still like doing it on my rogue because like, it was bugged that I couldn't start the quest chain on my Feral. And it takes like multiple weeks of raiding the Nighthold to get it done. So I should do that in this queue. I need the cooler Feral Druid forms than just the Fire Cat. I need it. I think it's just like difficult for the devs to balance around frustration. There's like this one like League dev that does like a lot of these YouTube shorts where he's just always explaining like fucking champion design and shit. Or like his experience when he worked there in the past. And I'm guessing kind of how they balance Rogue is kind of similar around that too. Where it's just some things are designed to, you know, be so top heavy and unbalanced just because they're balancing around the potential frustrations of it. Because people just don't like being spam cheap shot, you know? I think in general, the stat checky stuff, like the Mundos and Garens and stuff like that, really just should never be AWC viable. Like they should just be like auto glad and then fall off, you know? Game Hunter, etc. Can't blind off that. Casting the clone off of it, I like it. First stun clone on my healer, good bash. Just stuck in these roots though. Grounding. Yeah, that's DR. Hopefully you can trap out of it. Someone whispered me and says they think you do get credit if you do the quest line under Rogue. Hell yeah. Was gonna half sap, but somehow my kick didn't go off there even though I pressed it. Lit up. And I didn't get to vanish my AR either. Controlling. DK's probably just dead here. had zone and a bunch of defensives for himself. Just held them, but I didn't get to play yet. Still in my 4 DRs of Hunter Cross. A sap. Oh, I can't get into that. That's really awkward. My meld didn't keep my adrenaline rush from expiring, even though I already meld stealth with 2 seconds left of AR. Flank spray out of the root. Running for them. Which can't move. I'm just getting ping-ponged all over the place. Don't die, Farrell, please. He's going to. Just a 6-0 for the BM, I guess. Totem Weak Aura is just better Blizz plates to add on. There's a bunch of other settings too, though, but my settings are on the Discord. I wanted to half sap that, but he's probably gonna lasso, so I won't go kidney. Thanks. Guess I'll kidney after the trank. Or maybe I'll just wait till we have trap DR back, I guess. Incarned on. Try to kick that. Grapple over for kidney. Grab back. Batman right now. Blade Flurry in both of them. World first, my meld didn't bug. I get to play the video game. You just smork the druid really hard, I think. Getting good disarms on the frost isn't stopping enough. We're on like too short of a timer. Been cloned here forever. I'm gonna reinsap that. I had to vanish for it, but let me just break it anyway. I'm gonna pre-kick the next one. Hopefully Feral can restun his trinket for me. I took a game off the BM on her, nice. I think we might be dead. That was a good fake. I think we're still dead here though. Oh, unfortunate. I just bomb sooner instead of trying to edge the bomb. You wouldn't have thunderstorm. Because it was like at the same time. They like was time to get around the clone. Did you actually kill the druid? I mean, druids are really weak right now. At least rest of druids are. Feral is the best melee though. Feral is beyond broken, but rest of it is pretty trash. The way it should be though, honestly. Rest of druid metas are the worst. Nothing worse than chasing some sprinting it perma immune to CC tanker on a pillar for 10 minutes while they drink 20 times in one game. Windwalker trash. I think it's kind of sleeper a little bit, but I don't think it's like Rogue Feral good, just because you don't have consistent stuns for every go, and all of your mobility is for running away, not like chasing someone. So you get kited a lot. Outside of your friends that listen, I mean, listen to everything, man. What happens when I listen to music all day and I let autoplay go on? I just find a lot of stuff. Did I bug this out? Aren't they supposed to like open the door? I killed this trash. Yeah, normally it's just those two pulls though. They're like not even in the previous room or whatever waiting. Gonna go back in and out. Oh, there they are. Cool. I haven't really tested assay yet today on how the single target build feels with the change yet. Weapon enchant would be really cool right here if it dropped. One of the only enchants I don't have, I think, this one. BM is God mode, one of the best specs in the game right now. I mean, I could have rolled the bones after the adrenaline rush. Yeah, BM is insane. Play BM Rogue, BM Feral. Sure, BM Warrior might work with these Warrior buffs. Hunter Death Knight was working for a while, but DK's got nerfed. Hunter also works with a bunch of wizards. Like BM Hunter Ellie is really, really good. I'd even beat Waz. You just mash your head against the keyboard and just do high sustained damage the whole game. And they keep buffing it. Even though pet specs are really bad for the game. If you don't want to get disarmed, you also could just play Feral. You don't have to worry about getting polyed or nova'd or anything. You just run around and pump. I think HPAL and Disc are the best healers. HPAL might even be the best now. It got pretty overbuffed. I think HPAL is definitely better than Dragon now. Dragon's probably like third though. Just don't play Mistweaver unless you like Battlegrounds. And then Shaman's kind of mid, but like playable in a couple niche things. And by playable, I mean like you can make it work if you're Sea-Doo or something. But like even that, you're gonna have better success on something else. It's not that great. Someone could style with it, but not great. I mean, HPL is just God mode. You have like the best mana, the most CDs, and just donating bops for fun. Like you just have 5 trinkets on your team, basically. People get saved by the passive, you know, saved by the light. But they don't just actually die. It's like a cheat death almost. And like in between goes while you're CC'd. And then you don't even have to play precog because you never cast anything besides Repentance. And even if you do somehow get kicked, you can just heal with Eternal Flame while you're kicked. So, yeah. Pretty good spec. It went from, like, pretty bad B tier to literally best healer. Mez been playing it a lot, and he has, like, he's been complaining a lot on Twitter with, like, screenshots of him getting, like, 6 million Divine Favor Holy Lights and multiple million Wings Holy Shocks. That's just generally how it is. You're low HP and you just get topped by like a random Holy Shock. Now, the agility and stamina is way too important. 12% agility is a lot. I tried to, it wasn't working. I think it might be bugged. I should be able to open that door though, but I was clicking on it. I don't even think I'll be able to go down to Process yet without that door being done, but I'm just gonna see if it lets me anyway. Seems like it's letting me. And I'll open the door after, I guess. Outlaw still feels terrible in shuffles, but Outlaw's never been good at shuffle ever, even when it's broken in tournament. Just doesn't have like burst to cheese people. I might get off to practice with the team soon though tomorrow, because tomorrow's AWC. So I'm just seeing what's going on. In which case I might have to work on some skill cap stuff tonight, / try to do a second stream tonight, but we'll see. No, I don't think those are worth it. You lose too many secondaries for like the 30 item level you lose. I know those were like being considered in like the pre-patch or whatever over like honor gear at one point, but oh, you just have to kill that guy for the door to open. Okay. I mean, at this point, you should almost be full gear. Just buy whatever you don't have yet. There's no like set order. Like the stat values are just based off how much conquest they cost, you know? Try to get everything. And then replace the world PvP gear last, obviously, because it's like borderline bis, but not bis. The true life hack too is like if you don't have all your bloody tokens yet, just do world quests with war mode on. Doesn't matter if it's the zone or the Sparks of Life quest or anything like that. You literally can just spam world quests in any zone, and you just get 100 bloody tokens for each. You just like do all the races, and that's like way quicker than doing Sparks of Life every quest or every week. Gonna play Kata. I'll play the last week and grab rank 1, hopefully. People want to play. Dude, I can't click on this. There we go. I had to just zoom in. I fought a few in Shuffle. Spain off GCD? No, that's the November anniversary thing when they get rid of Outlaw having Shadow Step. And when they get rid of the cooldown reduction for sub.
Keith in.
Thank you for the sub. Alright, we got a Shuffle. Yeah, I might end on this Shuffle lobby though. I'm gonna probably do some practice and stuff. Harass the healer a little bit. Got all the nulls. Ominous, maybe he just dies. Gouge the trinket. If it doesn't break, breaks. Gouge breaks too. Doesn't matter though. And can you shaman and then go lock? Kill them all, I guess. Blade flurry it up. Can I get your Omnibar import? It should be on my Discord. That command is like for my Kata version, but the pastebin one might be behind compared to the one on my Discord. If you want class layout, but I've kind of edited it in my own way. Asian disarm, maybe? Didn't get it. Actually, I did get it. Didn't have cloak for that, feels bad. I tried to gouge it, but he turned it pretty well before I can get in front. Yeah, the fast capping that they do is pretty crazy, yeah. Somehow I didn't get to keep my adrenaline rush there. Just not worth. Hopefully he just kills the DK and all this, but I don't know if he will. Eventually I'll play my character, I swear. I didn't get my double grapple there, it kind of sucks. all three at 20%. Can you heal her in 5? It's gonna break, but give the lock haste. Just dead to air. I guess I could have stayed closer for the link, but we were both dying. I think I didn't have a Hellstone there, did I? Did I not grab Hellstones? That might have been what that was. Or did I already Hellstone earlier? Let me rewatch that. No, I already used it earlier. Okay, it was on CD. Yeah, I died through Hellstones. Hellstone right before the meld go or whatever. Died through it, so I didn't feel like I used it. Didn't you heal her in 1 after that precog? Nice. Alright, I'm gonna go do some practice and stuff, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, probably. Yeah, GG's. A little more viable. I'm just having some fun, but I'm also testing it out. It seems good though. I don't know yet though. Could be some WAS copium, but